Okay. New title card, new incarnation of the avatar based a little more closely upon her appearance in game. Okay. I think that's pretty much centered. Except I'm leaning this way. I'm leaning back. Okay, yeah. Seems alright. This is pretty close to what she looks like in game. I tried to sample the hair color from the screenshot I took, and I think the screenshot was probably a little too dark. So, I ended up, like, turning out the brightness on the color. This is a pretty good approximation. I didn't really darken the eyebrows, though, so, but that's okay. So I'm gonna like try to give something of a mod list here. Let's see here. For the first game, there's alternate controller icons, another femship hair pack, also even more hairstyles, but that's not really used here. Galaxy map trackers, ME1 community patch, more hair percent which we aren't really using since skip mini games. Subtle face for Tally. I think it's subtle face for Tally is what I'm using. I also considered using Tally Remastered, but and God willing, this will be the final mod list, for at least for Mass Effect 1. The other games will have a lot more mods because there's a lot more mods for them. I also, just for safety reasons, went ahead and loaded up the game earlier to make sure it actually worked, because what happened last night was that, after I finished playing, I was like, okay, I want to find a good Tally face mod. It just makes your face more visible underneath the mask. And I found one that like not only replaces her face, but the faces of all Quarians, at least in the future, in 2 and 3. The subtle face like looked the best, and again it applied to all Quarians, so that they all would have the more visible faces. But the thing is, as I was installing all these mods, it gave me a thing that said I'm out of hard drive space. I'm like, how? I had like 100 gigabytes of space, like over 100 gigabytes on the hard drive where I have the game. Well, the thing is, when I installed the modding tools, I installed them to my primary hard drive. So, which is... What the... Hey, someone's trying to beep in, and I don't know why everyone freaking tries to buzz in on my door, because I am not expecting any visitors, so I don't respond when I'm not expecting. But anyway, so I had to go and like create a new mod folder on my M2 drive, which is 2 terabytes, it had like 100 some gigabytes free, like I said. And then I had to go and transfer all of the mod files to there, and that's why I kind of had to like, okay, I want to make sure the game runs properly and loads all the mods properly, and it does. So here we are. It by default it installs to your operating system's main documents folder. And I should have known better in fact, I already had it installed to my. When I first played the game, I actually had it installed to my D drive. I just didn't realize I'd done that because it's been like 3 years. Hey, and here's the great thing: we can do the reveal. Okay, so let's go into photo mode. I still want it to be a little foggy, but this is okay. Okay. Okay, let's. You are scanning this keeper. You can go around scanning keepers. That's a little more behind the scenes. So I was redesigning my hair, or Whimsy's hair. I had to go through all the front hair options to find one that looked all right, or looked pretty close to a wig in game. And like I finally found one, but like the only problem was that it was, you know, the swoop was on the wrong side of the face, and there was no like option to, like, none of the options had a reverse for a mirrored version of that. But the thing is, like, I could go in and edit the hair, and then mirror it that way. It's very simple, but I think it looks pretty good. And you'll be able to change the hairstyle without using a save editor until Mass Effect 3.
No, I'm waiting to speak with one of the Councilor's assistants. Congratulations on becoming the first human Spectre, Commander. I'm certain you'll be up to the challenge.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
My name is Admiral Kahoku. It's about time the Alliance got one of our own in with the Spectres. We need people like you to deal with our problems.
What kinds of problems?
Is something wrong, Admiral?
I'm getting stonewalled by bureaucratic assholes. Nothing new. Maybe you can help me, Shepard. One of my recon teams was investigating some strange activity out in the Traverse. We lost contact yesterday. Now I can't get clearance to check it out. Suddenly it's a restricted area. But that doesn't apply to you, Shepard. Spectres can go anywhere they want. You could find out why my team dropped out of contact.
Don't worry.
I'll find them, Admiral.
I appreciate that, Commander. I was running out of options. I'm gonna stay here and see if I can find anything out through official channels. Won't hold my breath, though.
Something I'm
I'll upload
considering.
the info on where my team was last seen to your ship. Maybe you can get some answers.
One thing I'm thinking of doing on the stream is just having I guess a notification or something beneath my avatar like this that's like, AWA, ask Whimsy anything.
No, I haven't spoken to him before. This is the first time I've requested an audience.
That'd be a good creative and improvisational exercise.
Maybe. But I wouldn't believe everything you hear. I hope he's okay.
Also, it'd be a great way for me to further get used to using Whimsy's voice. I think that's all of the keepers in Citadel Tower.
I hope he's okay. I'm on a break. Talk to someone else if you need anything. I've got a lot on my mind.
What's wrong?
Maybe I can help.
Well, maybe you can. You're a soldier, right? You ever head out to the Traverse?
Sometimes.
My brother's the captain of a ship called the Majesty. It was crossing the Traverse a few days ago when it disappeared. Just dropped right off the grid. And that usually means one of two things. They had massive mechanical failure, or they were attacked.
Those are both bad.
Neither one of those options leaves a lot of hope.
I won't give up on my brother. Not yet. I've got the coordinates for the last transmission from his vessel.
What kind of ship was it?
Don't let the name fool you. The Majesty's just a small trading vessel, only a handful of crew. But he kept it in good condition. I don't think mechanical failure is too likely. But they don't have any real weapons or shields. If anyone did come after them, the Majesty'd be a sitting duck.
Isn't anyone else looking into this?
My brother's just a small independent trader. Ships like his disappear in the Traverse all the time.
If your brother is still alive, I'll find him. Give me the coordinates.
I'll forward them to your ship right away. Please let me know as soon as you find him.
In other news, Exogeny Corp is still denying reports that one of their survey teams has gone missing in the Hades Gamma Cluster. When asked why communication with the survey team was suddenly cut off last week, company officials refused to comment.
Welcome to the Presidium. Please do not disturb the keepers.
The Protheans obviously understood the aesthetic value of the mass relays, something we Quarians have learned to appreciate during our wanderings.
We can talk to Berlevon.
What's this? One of the Earth Clan. Ah, a very famous one, yes? You are the one called Shepard. It is a great honor to welcome the heroes of the Blitz.
Who are you?
You've got me at a disadvantage here.
Forgive me, Earth Clan. My name is Barlavon. My job makes it necessary for me to keep informed. I am a financial advisor to many important clients here on the Citadel. When someone as important as yourself arrives on the station, I take notice.
Told to talk to you.
I heard you work for the Shadow Broker. Do you have any information about Saren?
You're very blunt, Shepard, and you're right. But Rex has already told you far more than I know about this. I am sorry, but I have nothing else to offer.
I should go.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
It's like an alternate route, I guess.
Got a moment, Spectre? Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
How do you know about me?
How did you know I'm a Spectre?
Word travels. Your name comes up in certain circles. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses. They're hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative ventures. But their business practices have forced me to terminate our relationship. Once they are dead, I will manage our organization in a more tasteful manner.
I eliminate them and then you take over and try to eliminate me. How stupid do I look?
While I appreciate your estimation of my bravado, I have no intention of attempting to murder you. You are the first human Spectre, and you are doing important work for humanity. I have no interest in red sand or slavery. Anyone who does deserves to die. Our needs are aligned.
Probably right.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates. When these men are dead, I will wait for you at the third set of coordinates. Goodbye, Commander. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
I love, like, the way that characters walk off screen every time in Mass Effect. It's like, I don't know, can I do that? Like, their eyes kind of just turn to the side first. I don't think my avatar can really mimic it. They just walk. They walk away. Like their eyes just move first, and then then her head and the rest of the body. It just feels particularly uncanny. It's also kind of hilarious. There's some place I'm looking for, and I can't remember what exactly it is. I thought it was on this end of the Presidium, though. Garrus has something to say?
It never gets dark here. They keep the artificial sunlight on at all times.
I think it's over here, actually. Maybe.
That's nothing. I've had my office rearranged 5 times.
5 times? Why?
Here we go.
Welcome. I am Naylina. I don't recognize you as one of our expected clients today. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able to meet with you?
You need an appointment?
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid not. Yeah, you must understand there are many who seek the consort services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you.
All right.
Commander Shepard, I'm with the Spectres.
Excellent. You should hear something in 3 or 4 months.
Serious?
Nobody's worth that much of a wait.
Well, that's not for me to judge. I have your name and you'll be contacted. Is there anything else?
What is the consort? What does she do?
It's difficult to explain. She's many things to many people and something different for each. Some seek her for advice, some for entertainment, others still for pleasure. Most of the time, our clients won't realize what they were seeking until after she has provided it for them.
You make her sound like some kind of oracle.
No, not in the usual sense. She's merely a woman with remarkable compassion and a generous spirit. I suggest you make an appointment and see for yourself.
What do you do here, Naylina?
I'm one of the consort's acolytes. Many of the people here today will not see the consort, but they expect to be attended to just the same. It's our job to ensure that they leave contented.
What exactly do you attend to?
Well, each acolyte has her unique abilities. Some soothe with song, others with conversation. As much as possible, we seek to match the needs of our clients to the skills of our acolytes. My specialty is touch. My fingertips can find every tension point in your body and relieve it.
I'd like to try out your services.
Excellent. I'll add you to our client list. We should be able to see you in 3 or 4 months.
Okay. Should go.
I think I'm done here.
Oh, well, I hope you'll return again in the future. We always enjoy seeing new clients.
Naylina,
Yes, Shaira?
send the commander up to see me. I wish to speak with her.
Yes, of course, mistress. Huh. It appears the consort has taken notice of you. She'd like to meet with you now.
Sure.
Where do I go?
Just head upstairs. She'll be waiting for you.
Let's make sure we can... Okay, we could quick save. Cool. So our... And we can... change facial expressions. We can... also switch to... our please stand by thing. And completely refresh the chat so it looks like no one's been talking to me this whole time.
This is my first time. I can't believe I didn't come sooner.
Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you.
I see even the humans find the consort irresistible.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
That is close enough, Commander. I've heard a great many things about you since your arrival here in our citadel.
Who are you?
What exactly do you do?
That depends on your needs. I offer advice to some, comfort to others. I have a certain problem that could use your expertise.
Tell me about it.
Maybe I can help.
I have a friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out. Now he spends his days in Korra's den, drinking and spreading lies about me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the matter be.
What went wrong?
What happened between you?
I respect his privacy too much to go into the details. If he wishes to tell you what happened, that is his prerogative.
Okay.
What exactly do you want me to tell him?
Appeal to his sense of honor. Remind him of his position as a general. If you can convince him to stop spreading lies about me, I would be very grateful. Now I must ask you to take your leave. I have many clients waiting to see me.
I have to admit I'm a little nervous.
That's understandable. Many are a little unsure what to expect their first day.
Don't get me wrong. I've only heard good things about the consort. It's just...
Few are ever asked to aid Shaira. It's quite an honor.
What do you know about the General?
He's been seeing the consort for longer than I can remember. Then one day, he stormed out of here furious. He hasn't been back since. He was always very respectful to the acolytes, very noble.
I think I'm done here.
Of course. Come back anytime.
I went fairly often, but I can still be our close.
Yeah, ever since Fist took over, I don't go anymore.
I think there's supposed to be prompts to have characters talk about things.
CSEC always turned a blind eye to what went on in here. I think Fist was paying someone off.
Where's Harkin? Alright.
Commander. What do you want?
Sure, set me.
I'm here on Shaira's behalf. Your lies are hurting her.
Good! Her lies have been killing me for days. I've seen a lot of horrible things in my days, and there's only one woman in this damn galaxy that helps me forget it.
This is pathetic. What could a woman do to put you in this state?
Because she rejected me. Me! Septimus Oraka, General of the Turian Fleet.
Is she really worth it? There must be other women.
It's not just any woman I want. It's her, and her alone. Look, kid, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time.
Right now.
General, did you ever win a battle by moping in a bar?
Ha, boy. That's what this feels like, all right. How did I let it come to this? So you think it's that easy? Just straighten up and act like a general?
It damn well couldn't hurt.
Huh. Maybe you're right, Commander. Shaira's worth the effort. Even if she won't have me back.
This is no place for someone of your stature, General.
All right. I'll go to her. After I've had a cold shower or two. Say, you're a bright kid. Would you be interested in earning a few extra credits?
Sure.
What do you want me to do?
There's an L-Corps diplomat out there who believes Shaira gave up his secrets.
Why would he think such a thing?
Because I told him. Look, I just need you to convince him of the truth.
Ow.
What makes you think he'll believe me?
You'll bring him proof. Take this data pad. It shows where I got my info. It will exonerate Shaira and convince the L-Corps.
Where to?
Who am I taking it to, and where is he?
His name is Zaltan. He's an L-Corps diplomat. He's over in the embassies complaining about Shaira. Well, here's to soldiers acting like soldiers. Thanks, Commander. You know, you might make a good general yourself one day.
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
I understand what you're saying, but these allegations are very serious. This is serious. My reputation. Hello there, human. Sincere apology, but I am here on business and cannot be distracted right now.
I am here.
I've come to talk to you about your little problem.
Curious. What do you know about the consort and her relationship to me?
Sure, it's not to blame.
It was a Turian named Septimus who found out your secret.
Unbelieving. I know this Septimus, and he could not learn my secrets. The only way he could learn them is from the Asari consort.
Here, this should be proof enough for you.
Confused. This is difficult to fathom. If the Turian could learn this on his own, dismayed, anyone can discover my secret.
He'll be fine.
Septimus is a powerful man, and it wasn't easy for him to find.
Relieved. I suppose you are correct, human. Thank you for this information. Startled realization. I must speak with the consort. She will be most displeased with my actions. Anxious request. Please, human, if you will excuse me, I must go now.
Don't worry.
I'm sure she'll forgive you. It was an honest mistake.
Doubtful. Perhaps you are right, human. I can only hope so. Thankful. That was a great thing you did, Commander. Approving. You see, Din, not all humans are as you say.
I'm sure the Earth Clan stands to profit from this in some way.
Apologetic. Do not listen to my Volus compatriot. It was a good thing you did, regardless of your intentions. Surprised greeting, Human Spectre. Sincere congratulations. Word has arrived of your induction. I am Ambassador Kalen. Genuine query. Is there something I can do for you this day?
Why do you explain what you're about to say?
Our people communicate less through words and more through scent and slight movements. Plainly, we discovered our vocal expression was not enough to convey the feelings of our conversations to other species.
Why do you bother, Kalen? These Earth Clan don't really care about our ways.
Remorseful response, Din. You don't truly believe that, and if you do, I am very sorry for you.
Tell me more about your species.
Genuine enthusiasm. I delight in telling the history of my people. It is agreeable to share our culture with others.
I'd like to know more about the culture of the Elcor.
Frankly, we Elcor prefer the safety and familiarity of our own colonies to the confines of space travel. Our society is built on small, tight-knit groups. Though we are always welcoming to outsiders, our government tends to be very stable. Our people are not very comfortable with sudden changes.
Tell me about the history and origins of the Elcor.
The Elcor were just beginning to explore Council space when the Asari first made contact with us. With their help, we discovered the relay closest to our system, and from there the Citadel. Proudly, within one lifetime we established a regular route to the Citadel, and quickly became one of the more active species living on this great station.
What do you do here?
Modestly, I work to bring the problems and the requests of the Elcor groups to the attention of the Council.
Ha! They only give us these positions to keep us quiet. The Council doesn't care about our races.
Chastising rebuke. Your tone is inappropriate, Din. This human is not to blame for your malcontent or your misconceived suspicions.
I should go.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you, human. Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
Alright, well... Really? Are you here to leave with to live peacefully on an app or to cause trouble? Or both?
My goodness, you're Commander Shepard. Your activities made for quite a briefing in the Diplomatic Corps. Is there something I can do to assist you?
Yes. A man named Samesh Bhatia is having some trouble claiming his wife's body.
Ah, Mr. Bhatia. A good man in an understandably frustrating position. I wish I could help him. Serviceman Nirali Bhatia died on Eden Prime, as Mr. Bhatia no doubt told you. Her wounds are inconsistent with any type of weapon damage we've seen before. That is why her body is being held.
You're running tests?
You're studying her injuries to learn more about Geth weaponry.
The tests we're conducting may lead to better defenses against Geth attacks. Respectfully, Serviceman Bhatia may save more lives in death than she did in life.
I should hear about this.
I'll tell Samesh. Next time you cut up a dead soldier, at least tell her husband the truth.
That was just the reaction we were hoping to avoid, Commander. But if you think it will help, tell Mr. Bhatia the truth. Perhaps he will understand. Please let me know if you have any other questions.
Welcome to the Presidium.
Hello, Commander. Has any progress been made with Mr. Bosker? Will he return my wife's body?
They're running medical studies on Nirali. That's why they won't release the body.
Tests? They're holding my wife's body for tests? My wife served the Alliance faithfully. She gave her life for humanity. And this is how they repay her.
Mr. Bhatia, your wife died defending humanity. We still need her help.
What right does the military have to hold her body? She's already given her life.
She died a hero, Mr. Bhatia. And now she has a chance to save even more lives.
It doesn't matter. She's dead. I just want her to come home. I miss her so much. Let them run their tests. Let my wife save lives so that others are spared the loss I feel today. Goodbye. Thank you for finding me answers.
Okay.
That's right. It was a long time ago, though. I barely remember it. What drew you back to the Citadel and to the consort? I don't know exactly. It may sound strange, but I simply felt called. That's not strange. Many of us have felt the same calling, though you are the first of your kind to respond to it.
Really? I hadn't seen any other humans working here, but I didn't want to ask.
No doubt you were just the first of many to come. It's only a matter of time now that your species is spreading its wings.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private.
Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you.
Commander, I recently received a lovely note from Septimus. Thank you for speaking with him. Even the Alcor diplomat has withdrawn his campaign against me.
Glad to help.
It was my honor to aid you.
You are too kind, Commander, but I would not expect you to help me out of the kindness of your heart. I also have one more thing to give you, if you are interested.
course.
I'd be honored.
I offer a gift of words, an affirmation of who you are and who you will become. I see you. Your uniform fits as though you were born wearing it. You are a soldier through and through, proud, solitary, alone, but it gives you strength. It is that strength that people are drawn to. It is why you lead and others follow without question. You will need that leadership in the battles to come. This may be who you are, but it is not who you will become. It only forms the basis for your future greatness. Remember these words when doubt descends, Commander.
Thanks, I guess.
Close your eyes and relax, Commander. Here, Commander. In light of your efforts with the Alcor Ambassador, I would like you to have this small trinket.
Thank you.
What is it?
A small mystery. I've never learned its use or purpose, but I sense it is time for me to pass it on. And now I must ask you to leave. I have done everything I can for you. Remember my words, Commander Shepard. They will give you strength.
Very interesting bed. We were gonna say that Tali and Garrus weren't here being voyeurs on all that. I was just thinking of, I spent a lot of time like just thinking about scene. And not in that way. But like Whimsy will often, and I believe this thing is definitely like this version of Whimsy is as well, very much demisexual, for the most part. Which means it's like she is attracted to most people who she feels some kind of emotional connection with. That said, she hasn't been in any kind of relationship for a while. Because she's been spending the past few years, you know, focused on her career. And now that she's, like, recently achieved the rank of commander, she's kind of, and heck, gone beyond that to become a Spectre. She's kind of like, okay, well, you know, now she's finally ready to potentially look for love, if it, or to whatever extent it might happen. But I mean, Shire I think Shire makes a certain degree of sense, just because a few reasons. One is that Whimsy has always been like curious about other species. And two, Shire is like not only very attractive, but just has this aura about her that is kind of more talked about than shown, but like it's like it's not exactly the kind of thing that you can show exactly. It's kind of like a sorry psychic thing, probably. Also, I should talk maybe a little bit more about Whimsy's non-binary status. Part of it is probably going to be, like, it's the reasons why I decided to make this particular incarnation of Whimsy non-binary is sort of twofold. Like, one, it's just closer to my own gender orientation. But two, it's because, at least in Mass Effect 2 and 3, we're going to be using mods that allow us to romance characters who are normally portrayed in the base game as heterosexual. That we're only going to do this with, at least I only plan on doing this with two particular characters. One who is been revealed somewhat recently, or at least as of around the Legendary Edition's release, some information came out that, and spoilers sort of, for who we plan on romancing, Jack was kind of intended to be pansexual. And that was just kind of cut from the game. Thanks to Fox News. And boy have times changed. Like, now nobody takes Fox News seriously. I mean, some people do, but obviously, unfortunately, but apparently they responded very harshly to, like, the explicit air quotes sex scenes from Mass Effect, plus the fact that we could we had, like, the one gay option, or technically bisexual option of Liara, so they kind of scaled that back and scaled back the nudity. Even though the nudity in this game is like you don't see anything. Like, they're as far as I can tell, at least from, like, what the angles used, they're basically Barbie dolls. Like, for all we know, Liara is a Barbie doll. And I guess Ashley by extension too. I guess any character with Key Romance is a Barbie or Ken doll. Because, like, the most we see is side boob. I think this is all we can do that is just in the Citadel Embassy area. Like, there's some more keepers we can scan probably, but
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution. Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
I've got big news for you, Shepard. Captain Anderson is stepping down as commanding officer of the Normandy. The ship is yours now.
She's quick and quiet, and you know the crew. Perfect ship for a Spectre. Treat her well, Commander.
I'll take good care of her, sir.
I know you will, Commander.
I want the truth. Why are you stepping down, sir?
You needed your own ship. A Spectre can't answer to anyone but the Council. And it's time for me to step down.
Come clean with me, Captain. You owe me that much.
I was in your shoes 20 years ago, Shepard. They were considering me for the Spectres.
What happened?
I failed. I couldn't make the cut. It's not something I'm proud of. Ask me later and I'll tell you the whole story. For now, all you need to know is, I was sent on a mission with Saren, and he made sure the Council rejected me. I had my shot. It came and went. Now you have a chance to make up for my mistakes.
I won't let you down, sir.
Saren's gone. Don't even try to find him. But we know what he's after. The conduit. He's got his Geth scouring the Traverse looking for clues.
We had reports of Geth in the Pharaoh system shortly before our colony there dropped out of contact, and there have been sightings around Noveria.
Find out what Saren was after on Pharos and Noveria. Maybe you can figure out where the conduit is before he does.
Anything else?
We have one more lead. Matriarch Benezia, the other voice in that recording. She has a daughter, a scientist who specializes in the Protheans. We don't know if she's involved, but it might be a good idea to try and find her. See what she knows. Her name's Liara, Dr. Liara Tassoni. We have reports she was exploring an archaeological dig on one of the uncharted worlds in the Artemis Tau cluster.
Sounds like we should head for the Artemis Tau cluster.
It's your decision, Commander. You're a Spectre now. You don't answer to us.
But your actions still reflect on humanity as a whole. You make a mess and I get stuck cleaning it up.
I'll try not to make things any harder on you, Ambassador.
Glad to hear it, Commander. Remember, you were a human long before you were a Spectre. I have a meeting to get to. Captain Anderson can answer any questions you might have.
Yes, Commander?
How are you holding up?
Honestly, this isn't how I pictured my career coming to an end. Pushing papers really isn't my thing, but you're the one who can stop Saren. I believe in you, Shepard. If that means I have to step aside, so be it.
Tell me what happened with you and Saren 20 years ago.
It's close to 20 years ago now. Ambassador Boyle was our representative here on the Citadel. Like Udina, she wanted to get a human into the Spectres. She chose me. The Council sent Saren to keep an eye on me and evaluate my performance, just like they sent Nihilus to keep tabs on you.
I think I deserve the whole story.
We had intel on a rogue scientist being funded by Batarian interests. He was trying to set up a facility to develop illegal AI technology out in the Verge. Alliance intel had done all the work, but the Council wanted a Spectre involved. We compromised. I was assigned to help Saren in his investigation. We tracked the scientist to a refining facility on Kamala. He was hidden away somewhere inside, protected by an army of Batarian mercenaries. The plan was simple. Sneak into the plant, capture the scientist, sneak back out. Quick, quiet, and a minimum of bloodshed.
I'm guessing things didn't go as planned?
Saren and I split up to cover more ground. Then about halfway through the mission, there was a massive explosion in the refinery core. Officially, it was ruled an accident, but I think Saren detonated it on purpose to draw off the enemy guards.
How many casualties?
The explosion tore the refinery to shreds. The whole place was on fire. Black chemical clouds poured out into the atmosphere. Nobody inside survived. There was a camp for the workers and their families nearby. Between the fires and the toxic fumes, the final death count was over 500. Mostly civilians. Saren didn't care. The target was eliminated, mission accomplished, and I ended up taking the blame. That ended all talk of me joining the Spectres.
Saren caused the explosion. How'd he pin it on you?
In his report, Saren accused me of blowing his cover. He said it was my fault the guards were ready for us. He claimed that's why it turned into a massacre. Saren's report was all the proof the Council needed to kill my chances of becoming a Spectre.
Why'd you let him get away with it?
Who do you think the Council was going to listen to? Me? Or their best agent? I had a bad feeling about him right from the start. I should have been more careful. Maybe I could have stopped things before they got out of hand.
Don't blame yourself, Captain.
I don't. I blame Saren. I think he wanted things to go bad. He was looking for an excuse to blow that refinery. Maybe he just likes the violence. Maybe he was just trying to make me look bad to keep humans out of the Spectres. If so, he pulled it off.
The only thing I care about is stopping Saren.
You're right, Commander. It's no good living in the past.
I should go.
I'll be here if you need anything.
I'm going to talk about Mark Mir during this particular. I'm not sure if I've ever talked about what happened with Mark Mir during a Mass Effect 3.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Because I'm not sure if I knew about it until.
Anderson. Survives 100 battles and then gets taken down by backroom politics. Just watch your back, Commander. Things go bad on this mission, you're next on their chopping block.
Saren's out there somewhere, and we're gonna find him.
Everyone on this ship's behind you, Commander. 100%. Intercom's open. If you got anything you want to say to the crew, now's the time.
This is Commander Shepard speaking. We have our orders. Find Saren before he finds the conduit. I won't lie to you, crew. This mission isn't going to be easy. For too long, our species has stood apart from the others. Now it's time for us to step up and do our part for the rest of the galaxy. Time to show them what humans are made of. Our enemy knows we're coming. When we go into the Traverse, Saren's followers will be waiting for us. But we'll be ready for them, too. Humanity needs to do this. Not just for our own sake, but for the sake of every other species in Citadel space. Saren must be stopped, and I promise you all, we will stop him.
Well said, Commander. Captain will be proud.
The Captain gave up everything so I could have this chance. We can't fail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, we're not really playing as male Shepard, so, like, this doesn't really mean much, but for anyone who hasn't played this game, before, I would recommend playing as female Shepard. Granted, I'm biased because non-binary, but, like, at least for the first game, like, if you're just jumping into Mass Effect 2 and skipping over Mass Effect 1, male Shepard gets better in Mass Effect 2. So the thing is, from what I've heard, because I've watched Waterrunner's stream, and he, like, talked about basically why Mark Mir's performance in as male Shepard in Mass Effect 1 is so bland. And it's because he was not meant to be the voice of Commander Shepard. He was they had someone else in mind. I don't know who. It might not even, the information might not even be out there. But yeah, he was not meant to be the voice of Commander Shepard. He was basically brought in to record placeholder lines for whoever would come in, you know, I guess for programming reasons, because they had to have the data there to do like lip syncing and timing and whatever. So he went in to record placeholder lines for Commander Shepard, and then whatever plans they had for the person who was supposed to voice Mel Shepard fell through, and by that time they just didn't have the time and resources to bring him back in to re-record his lines. Therefore, we're left with the placeholders, which sound kind of bland and there's not like a lot of quality to them. Meanwhile, Jennifer Hale, who did FemShep's voice, is amazing. I guess who they always intended to have play the character. And even having seen him, well, I've seen his performance in all 3 games thanks to Warrunner's most recent playthrough, and he gets better, but I still prefer Jennifer Hale. Like, he's hashtag not Mark Muir is hashtag not my Shepard. No offense to him, he's pretty good. He does some good voice work for some of the other characters, and he certainly improves. But I do think that there's a degree to which his performance in ME1 really kind of taints the entire trilogy. In part because I think some of the intonation kind of has to carry over, whereas, you know, for continuity reasons. Whereas if he'd been meant to play Shepard from the start, he could have done something with the character and it made him sound more interesting. But it is like a terrible shame from where I'm standing that they didn't actually go back for the Legendary Edition, bring Mark Beer back in, and I'm sure he would have loved to do it, to re-record all of his lines for Mel Shepard, to at least bring it in line with the general quality of the other 2 games. Even if some of that quality is just based on his original performance, his placeholder performance here. Like, I'd love to see the alternate universe where he'd been the voice of Shepard from the start and could have had a chance to shape what Shepard sounded like from the beginning. Because I think that's kind of part of what, you know, I wouldn't necessarily expect BioWare and EA to fork over the money to have him re-record all 3 games. Although it'd be interesting if I did. But I'm sure a lot of players feel a degree of nostalgia for the way Mark Beer did the voice in the trilogy. Though I would personally want to see more done with the first game specifically. But I don't know, maybe it was a misplaced idea that, you know, his performance is part of the nostalgic aspect of the game, even if it is like terribly bland. I think at this point the only reason why I potentially go back and replay a male Shepard would be to just see the culmination of a Tally romance. which I'm not sure we'll be able to see properly because there's no tele-romance mod for Mass Effect 3. I'm hoping, and from what I've gathered so far, that's because all we actually kind of need to make that happen is to romance her in 2, and everything else falls in place. I do know that at least a few scenes of her romance in 3 are playable. I've seen a clip of the scene from Citadel. So I'm hoping that it'll work and be fully compatible with the poly romance and everything else. Because I mean, like, the thing is, the way it's programmed, you cannot romance, like, I think Tali may be the only character who you cannot romance going into Mass Effect 3 directly. You have to romance her in 2, which kind of sucks, and I don't know if I brought it up in my partial review of Mass Effect 3. If I ever return to that, then, which is doubtful at this point, because I'm kind of considering just shelving my review system for a while, just because it slows down the stream. And I'm trying to build an audience here. Like, maybe once I built an audience, I can bring it back. And particularly an audience who's interested in seeing me review games. Because I think part of the appeal of Warrunner's review system, and part of what kind of makes it work in a way, is that he has people watching him and that can in chatting with him, and there's a rapport and a back and forth, and they can add their own input to what he's to his own thoughts, and that just makes things more interesting. Whereas from where I'm standing with an infinitesimal audience that I'm hoping to try and actually build, you know, it's just dead air. While I'm typing up, you know, my thoughts, and or handwriting them in some cases. Anyway, also I should finish my thoughts on why, the second reason why Whimsy is non-binary, because I didn't really, I'm pretty sure I got sidetracked before I could talk about it. The other reason is because of I think I started to say this. Okay, let me just I backtrack a little bit. So, because I'm using the mod that allows me to romance characters that I otherwise would not be able to, there may be instances where the lines they say are going to use masculine terminology and pronouns. So, even though I kind of had them listed as she, they, masculine pronouns could potentially still be applicable and accepted under certain circumstances. Maybe. I guess up to you as a viewer whether you want to just see them using those pronouns in such as an extension of Whimsy being non-binary, or whether you just want to retcon what they're saying and replace it of a female or neutral terminology. Because I know I might personally I guess prefer that they just use the female pronouns, because it kind of makes the most sense, honestly. Given how she has a female presentation. Anyway. time to actually get to playing the damn game.
If anyone has to take over for Captain Anderson, I'm glad it's you. I'm not sure about having non-humans on our ship, though.
We're all on the same team here, Presley.
With all due respect, ma'am, that's what they said about Nihilus. Look how that turned out.
I'm in charge here, Presley. I decide if we have non-humans on this vessel.
Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
Speak freely, Presley. I want to know if you have a problem with non-humans.
It's not that, Commander. Humanity has always handled its own problems. Saren attacked one of our colonies. We should be the ones to stop him. We don't need their help.
This is bigger than humanity. Saren's a threat to every species in the galaxy, and I'll welcome anyone who wants to help me bring him down.
I guess so. Maybe I'm just stuck in the old ways of thinking. But don't worry, Commander. This won't be a problem.
How did you end up assigned to the Normandy?
I signed up with the Alliance as a navigator right out of school, following in my grandfather's footsteps, I guess. My first posting was on the Agincourt. We were one of the first reinforcements to arrive at Elysium after the Blitz hit. Those raiders were no match for an Alliance frigate. Of course, the only reason the colony was still standing was because of you, Commander. I can't believe you held out as long as you did.
How'd you end up on the Normandy?
I got my officer's commission after Elysium. Must have made an impression on the right people. Captain asked for me when he was picking his crew.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
We got Paragon and Renegade there, for some reason. I'm not sure how much we're going to interact with Caden. Like, we could interact with him a little bit, but... So here's our bedroom. We also have real-time reflections. Although I don't think these are screen space. These are not screen space, but they aren't ray traced either. I think this is actually like good old-fashioned duplicating, maybe. Like this is probably like just there's another version of Shepard behind the wall. I can't tell you like how much of this is part of. Games like I think Deus Ex and maybe Half-Life, which are actually the same engine. Basically what they did was they had like a duplicate of the like in Deus Ex there'd be like a polished floor, and basically what they do is they put like an upside down version of the room, of each room that you're in, and an upside down version of your character model would just be programmed to run underneath you. And I guess the upside down versions of any other character models will be programmed that happen to be there, have a copy of themselves that's upside down and programmed to match their movement. And that's how they'd handle real-time reflections, rather than, you know, tracing beams of light around. It just means that, like, you have to render twice as much stuff, but Also, we have our shadow in addition to reflections, which is maybe a little weird. There's sleeper pods.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How well do you know the Lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record. Over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants. Lieutenant Alenko was wired with the old L2 configuration. Sometimes there are complications.
What kind of complications?
Severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical pain. There's a long list of horrific side effects. Caden's lucky. He just gets migraines.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
We got Codex entry support. And XP. Element 04. I still kind of like this better than the what we got in Aspect 2 in terms of the engine core. Like this just looks cooler in general. If a bit like. Okay, there is a glass shield between us and the it's really hard to tell. Like there should be a bit more of an opaque-ish, like a visible glass, some kind of shielding between us and the core, because it looks like, okay, are we getting some radiation or something off of this thing?
Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe you were able to fit it into a ship this small. I'm starting to understand why you humans have been so successful. I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced.
It's just special.
The Normandy's a prototype, cutting-edge technology.
A month ago, I was patching a makeshift fuel line into a converted tug ship in the flotilla. Now, I'm sitting on board one of the most advanced vessels in Citadel space. I have to thank you again for bringing me along. Traveling on a vessel like this is a dream come true for me.
You're into chips?
I had no idea you found ship technology so interesting.
It comes with being a Quarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resource. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth.
300 years ago.
I can't believe your fleet's still using ships that are 3 centuries old.
They're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work. Mostly. We've tried to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla, grow our own food, mine, and process our own fuel. But some things we just can't make on our own. A patch to maintain the hull integrity, requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our pilgrimages are so important.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources are scarce, and we are constantly on the move. Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies on the others for survival. The bonds among my people are strong. Unfortunately, we have had to surrender many of the freedoms and civil liberties other species take for granted.
What?
What kind of freedoms?
Well, it's illegal for parents to have more than one child. If our population grows too much, it would strain our resources to their breaking point. Of course, we also can't allow our numbers to become too few. If our population is in decline, the rule against single births is temporarily repealed. In extreme cases of population decline, incentives are even offered to encourage multiple births, though the Conclave hasn't had to take such measures in nearly a century.
That's your government.
The Conclave is our civilian branch of government. Each ship can elect a representative to serve on the Conclave and make decisions that affect the fleet as a whole. On matters that affect an individual ship, however, the captain has the final say. It's a tradition that dates back to the early days, when the fleet was governed by martial law. Fortunately, most captains nowadays are smart enough to have an elected council from their crew to give them advice and guidance.
So the ultimate power rests with elected officials?
In practice, the Conclave and the respective council for each ship tend to set the rules that govern our daily lives. But in theory, we are still under military jurisdiction. The 5 top-ranking military officials in the fleet serve on the Admiralty Board. These 5 have the power to overrule any decision by the Conclave in case of emergency. To do so requires unanimous agreement among the Admiralty, and they can only do this once. After that, the entire board must resign their posts. It's a safeguard that served us well. In nearly 3 centuries, the Admiralty Board has only overruled the Conclave 4 times.
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins. What they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
Interesting.
The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status.
How come the Council didn't step in and stop you?
This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. A million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix.
So the Geth share brain power?
Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in a group, the smarter they are.
So there's some sort of group consciousness?
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious. But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought.
What made them rebel?
As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence. Am I alive? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As you can imagine, This caused a near panic among my people.
What did you do?
It was inevitable the newly sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate all Geth. The Geth responded to this order violently.
Hey, you can't blame them for fighting for their survival.
We had no other choice. The Geth were already on the verge of revolution. By acting quickly, we had a chance to end the war before it began. The hope was that most of the Geth would still be little more than machines, incapable of organized resistance. But they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld. We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the veil. Now we drift through space, exile searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
I want to know more about the pilgrimage.
When my people reach maturity, we leave our birth ships and seek acceptance with a new crew. It's necessary to maintain genetic diversity among the fleet. But no ship wants to accept someone who will be a burden on them. So, to prove our worth, we embark on a pilgrimage. We set out alone, leaving the flotilla and our families behind us. We only return once we have found something of value we can bring back to the fleet. This is presented as a gift to the captain of the respective ship we wish to join. If the gift is accepted, we are welcomed into the crew.
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen often. Most captains are eager to increase the size of their crew. It increases their own standing in our society. Even when a gift is not particularly valuable, the captain usually accepts it out of a sense of tradition. However, there is a stigma to presenting a substandard gift. It's not the best way to make a good impression on a new community. Most pilgrims don't return until they find something worthwhile.
I can't believe they just send you off alone.
It's not like they just cast us out. Before we leave, we are given lessons in how to survive outside the flotilla, and given gifts to help us on our journey. We also receive implants to fight off sickness and disease. Generations of living in an isolated and highly controlled environment have left our immune systems weaker than most. By the time we leave the fleet, we are well equipped for the pilgrimage. This is a rite of passage for all Quarians. If it were dangerous, our numbers would suffer. Virtually every pilgrimage ends with a triumphant return and the ritual presentation of the gift to one of the fleet's captains.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
Like, how I should go.
I should go.
See you later.
It's partly just being a streamer. I only play it like once every 2 to 3 years. I think this is my third playthrough or live playthrough of the game in like 7 years. I didn't even complete the trilogy my second playthrough, so hoping to make up for that. Anyway, I need to take a bathroom break and unfortunately kick this kitty off my lap. She just got here. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll see if I can charge my AirPods while I think the game will let me do that. Unlike Fallout 4, which... Huh. Well, the sound isn't going to my speakers now, so hopefully it's not a bad sign. So I have to turn off my controller just to be safe. Because my AirPods definitely have trouble reconnecting when they have something connected already. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Be back in a few. Okay. Okay, well, the earbuds are connected. Are you kidding me? How many games are like this? Like, I didn't have this problem with Cyberpunk. I'm pretty sure, although I didn't really do this as much with Cyberpunk. So, yeah, like there's literally no... It just completely cuts out the sound. When I get rid of when I disconnect my AirPods to charge them. Well, that sucks, and that's probably be the same for the entire trilogy, I bet. So if I want to stream for more than 4 hours... Ellie, stop it! It's a minor annoyance compared to having my AirPods disconnect. At least this way I can actually control how much charge I have in my AirPods, because like they charge pretty quickly. Just now I have to... Are you kidding me? Oh, I forgot to frickin' save. Damn it! I forget the game doesn't have exit saves. Well, shit. Oh, fuck you. The hell? This is right before the sex scene. And it probably doesn't autosave very often either.
Commander, I recently received a lovely note.
Oh, great!
Even the Alcor diplomat has withdrawn his campaign against me.
It was my honor to aid you.
I also have one more thing to give you, if you're interested.
I'd be honored.
I offer a gift of words, an affirmation of who you are and who you will become.
Oh, great.
Remember these.
You have quite a gift, Shaira.
Never underestimate. Here, Commander. In light of your efforts with the Alcor ambassador,
For
I
frig's
would
sake.
like you to have this small trinket.
What is it?
Yeah, we
A
only...
small mystery. And now
I
I must ask you.
Damn it, just to keep continuity, I don't know, I don't think this means anything.
Commander, even the Alcor diplomat has withdrawn his campaign.
It was my honor to...
I also have one more thing to give you, if you're interested.
I'd be honored.
I offer a gift of words, an affirmation of who you
Yeah,
are.
apparently if
and
there's
who
an,
you will become.
an animation
It is that
involved.
this may be. Remember these.
You have quite a gift, Shaira.
Oh, fuck you!
Not everyone appreciates. Never under. Here, Commander.
Go to hell!
With the Alcor ambassador, I would like you to have. Remember.
I do not like this.
So long, Commander. I can offer you nothing more.
What the fucking hell?
So long, Commander.
What the fuck? It's saved? The fucking hell? I ain't hit any fucking buttons. How the hell did it save?
So long, Commander. I can offer.
Fuck you!
For you nothing more at this time.
I don't think it matters, but I just... Just pretend that we friggin' slept with her, because that's what we friggin' did last time. I don't know if it matters if we ask
team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed.
Freaking quick save here too.
I've got big news for you, Shepard. Captain Anderson is stepping down
Would
as
you
commanding
please
officer
shut the
of
hell up?
Anomaly. The ship is yours now.
Shut the hell up! I need.
Quiet,
I want
and
the
you know
truth.
You needed your own ship. A Spectre can't answer to anyone but the Council.
What kind of leads do we have?
Saren's gone.
We had reports.
Find out what Saren was after on Pharos and Noveria.
Anything else?
We have reports she was exploring an archaeological...
Sounds like we should head for the
It's your decision.
Your actions still reflect on humanity as a whole. You make a mess and I get stuck cleaning it up.
I'll try not to make...
Hey, it's skipping for the freaking dialogue. Just could end up with me. Like, for one thing,
Stand by.
the fact that skip is the square button,
Progress.
at least on the PS5 controller. Skip is the square button, but the square button also is
Heard what happened to Captain Anderson. Survives 100 battles. Just watch your back, Commander. Things go bad on this mission, you're next.
Saren's out there somewhere.
Everyone, intercom's open. If you got anything you want to say to the crew?
We have our orders. Find Saren before he finds... For too long. Now it's time for us to step up and do our part. For our enemy knows when we go into the Traverse, Saren's followers will be waiting for us. Not just for our own...
Well said, Commander. Captain will be proud.
The captain gave up everything,
Yes, ma'am.
like, the weird thing is we can't use the X button to skip dialogue. We can only use the square button to skip dialogue. Okay, that makes sense. But we can also use either the X button or the square button to select dialogue. That is bad game design. If you're going to have a separate skip button, why not have a separate accept button? Like, this is something that happened. It literally just happened.
If anyone has
We're
to
all
take...
on the same team here, Presley.
With all due respect, ma'am, that's what they said about Nihilus. Look how that turned
I'm in
out.
charge.
Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
Speak freely,
It's
Presley.
not that, Commander. Humanity has always handled
Some
its own...
people think
I
after-
guess so. Maybe I'm just stuck in the old ways of thinking. But don't worry, Commander. This won't
How
be
did
a
you end up assigned to the North?
Of course, the only reason the colony was still standing.
How'd you end up
I
on
got
the
my
North?
officer's commission after Elysium. Must have made an impression on the right people. Captain asked for me. when
Carry
I was-
on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's a correct point from talking to Chocolate about.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How well do you know the
I'd
lieutenant?
never tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe
What does
because-
that have to do with
Well, most biotics now use the
What kind of
severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I got some minor XP from. Yeah, I like to talk a little bit. I don't know. Like, we should probably.
I'm starting to understand why you humans.
The Normandy's a protocol.
I have to thank you again for bringing me along. Traveling on the
I have no idea.
But some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way.
I can't believe it.
But some things we just can't make on our own.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives. Unfortunately, we have had
What kind of freedoms?
Well, in extreme cases of population.
That's your cup.
Fortunately, most
So the ultimate.
It's a safeguard that served us well. In nearly 3 centuries, the Admiralty Board has only overruled the Conclave 4 times.
I want to know more.
All I know is the story of their origin.
Interesting.
Over time, we made
How come the
but one thing we underestimated was the power. Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed.
So there's
no,
some
not. But when they're in close proximity, they can.
What made them rebel?
As you can imagine, this caused a near panic among my people.
What did you do?
A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate.
Hey, you can't blame them.
We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the veil. Now we drift through space.
I want to know more about it.
This is presented as a gift to the captain of the respect.
Captain
that it's not the best way to make a good impression on a new.
Can't believe it.
Virtually every pilgrimage ends with a
I talk about
like what? See you later.
Okay, we got our codex. Okay, some more Whimsy backstory. So she's not an engineer, she's a soldier, but I've kind of decided to sort of weave around that a little bit because Whimsy's like origins in D&D have her as an artificer. So engineer makes sense. Heck, I most recently did that in Fallout 4 when I had her be part of the Army Corps of Engineers. So her, basically when she went into the academy, one of her major military academy, she kind of started in, or at least minored, I guess, in engineering. Just because she has a fascination with mechanical things. But the commander track, I guess, has always to some extent been her primary goal.
Hey, Commander, you know that Quarian, Tally? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
Bother you?
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
I figured she'd be a real asset to the team.
You got an eye for Tally, Commander, but I'm guessing that's not why you came down here.
Fill me in on the IES stealth system. How does it work exactly?
You can't hide a ship out in space. They emit too much heat and radiation. Too easy for sensors to pick them up, unless you find a way to capture those emissions. So our stealth systems trap the energy we give off in storage sinks built into the ship itself. No emissions to give away our location. Eventually the sinks have to be vented. More than a few hours silent running and they overheat. Cook us inside our own hull.
There's no way for anyone to detect us?
A visual scan can still pick us up. Anyone looking out a window can see us plain as day. But you have to be pretty close to get an actual visual out in space. Most vessels rely on scanners. As long as the stealth systems are engaged, they can't see us. Not unless we accelerate to FTL speeds.
Why doesn't it work with faster-than-light travel?
Cranking up the FTL blue shifts our emissions, pushes them into frequencies too high to capture in the sinks. As soon as we make the jump, it's like setting off a flare. Sensors can pick up our location whenever we enter or exit FTL flight, but for short-range missions, our stealth systems are amazing, and we've got the only one.
I want to know more about the Normandy.
She's the best ship I've ever served on, probably the fastest vessel ever designed. And she's the only one using the new Tantalus drive core.
What's so special about the Tantalus drive core?
Proportionally, it's about twice the size of any other vessel. Not only are we faster, we can run at FTL speeds longer before we have to discharge the core.
Where else have you served, Adams?
If you name a class of Alliance ship, I've probably served on it. Everything from dreadnoughts and carriers right down to frigates like the Normandy. My last assignment was on the Tokyo. Only a cruiser, but she was a good ship. Couldn't hold a candle to the Normandy, though.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Thanks for bringing me on board, Commander. I knew working with the Spectre would be better than life at CSEC.
Have you worked with the Spectre before?
Well, no, but I know what they're like. Spectres make their own rules. You're free to handle things your way. At CSEC, you're buried by rules. The damn bureaucrats are always on your back.
Being a Spectre does have its advantages.
Exactly my point. If I'm trying to take down a suspect, it shouldn't matter how I do it, as long as I do it. But CSEC wants it done their way. Protocol and procedure come first. That's why I left.
So you just quit because you didn't like the way they do things?
There's more to it than that. It didn't start out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. CSEC's handling of Saren was typical. I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
I hope you made the right choice. I'd hate for you to regret it later.
Well, that's sort of why I teamed up with you. It's a chance for me to get off the Citadel, see how things are done outside CSEC. Either way, I plan to make the most of this. And without CSEC headquarters looking over my shoulder, well, maybe I can get the job done my way for a change.
If getting the job done means endangering innocent people, then no. We get the job done right, not fast. Got it?
I wasn't trying to. I understand, Commander.
Commander?
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Kinda wish you'd got there sooner, Commander. No offense, I appreciate the rescue. I just wish...
You wish we'd been able to save the rest of your unit.
Yes, ma'am. If I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
We never trained to fight synthetics. The Geth haven't gone beyond the Veil in 3 centuries.
Our training's supposed to make us able to adapt. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
I'm sorry, Commander. I need to get my duties squared away. I wouldn't mind talking more later, though.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
That was short.
Nice ship you've got, Shepard. What can I do for you?
What's your story, Rex?
There's no story. Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
You Krogans live for centuries. Don't tell me you haven't had a few interesting adventures.
Well, there was this one time the Turians almost wiped out our entire race. That was fun.
I heard about that. You know, they almost did the same to us.
It's not the same.
It seems pretty much the same to me.
So your people were infected with a genetic mutation? An infection that makes only a few in 1,000 children survive birth? And I suppose it's destroying your entire species?
I suppose it isn't all the same.
I don't expect you to understand, but don't compare humanity's fate with the Krogan.
Sorry, Rex. I wasn't trying to get you upset.
Your ignorance doesn't upset me, Shepard. As for the Krogan, I gave up on them long ago. The genophage infected us, but it's not what's killing us.
Are your people really dying?
We're sure not getting any stronger. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in staying in our own system.
Lots of species have left their homes and prospered.
But they go to colonize new worlds. We're not settlers. We're warriors. We want to fight. So we leave. Hire ourselves out. And most of us never go back.
What can you tell me about the genophage?
Ask the Solarians if you want details. They made it. All I know, it makes breeding nearly impossible. Thousands die in stillbirth, and most never get that far. Every Krogan is infected, every one. And no one's rushing to find a cure.
Why don't the Krogan try to find a cure?
When was the last time you saw a Krogan scientist? You ask a Krogan, would he rather find a cure for the genophage or fight for credits? He'll choose fighting every time. It's just who we are, Shepard. I can't change that. Nobody can.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Rex? Shepard. I wonder if I shouldn't switch to the other ponytail hairstyle. This one's like further out, but it looks very rigid the way it is. We're using some kind of really powerful hair gel. Where there's pharaohs. What the heck is... Artemis Tau Cluster, okay. I don't think it adds quest markers to certain quests is taking away quest markers from other quests? Somehow? A little odd.
Commander, I'm picking up a signal from the planet's surface. It looks like an automated distress beacon.
Also, do this while we're here. We have absolutely no biotic strength. Oh, the quick save button on my controller actually works now. Didn't work during Fallout 4 for some reason, but now it's actually working. What is the way to see a bigger version of the... There's the map. I can't see where we are on the map. Oh, there it is. There we go. Whoa, okay. Yeah, like we barely survived that, but
Alliance soldiers. Looks like they were lured here by the distress beacon.
Looks like these men were under Admiral Kahoku's command. He'd want to know what happened here.
Can we turn off the...
Just lead the way.
You lead, I'll follow.
I had the option to turn off the distress beacon. Now we can repair. Explore more, but I don't really see the point. There we go. At this point, I'm just testing my own memory. I suppose while I'm...
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings. Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
I suppose while I'm here and thinking about it, I'm probably gonna bring stuff again in Mass Effect 2 since Whimsy's polyamory doesn't really come up until then. But like she has like two tiers of romantic interest, I'd say. One is just what more or less amounts to friends of benefits. I mean, like, there's like acquaintances, friends with benefits, and then like actual romantic involvement or deep romantic involvement. You know, it's difficult for me to multitask. Like on a deeper tier, like basically if you're on, okay, I was gonna pause again because it's really hard for me to and now there's a gap ship boarding over us. Let's just wait for that to calm down, maybe. There we go. Okay. So that's how to effect out of the way. Basically, like I gave this a lot of thought today, because like while I'm at work, I tend to just process ideas that are in the back of my head. That's just the way my mind works. So I was thinking about, like, you know, what Whimsy's style of polyamory is. And what I've come to the conclusion is that, like, there's, again, these two tiers. There's friends with benefits, and then there's more of a romantic, a deeper romantic connection. And basically, friends with benefits are mainly friendship first. Friendship first, benefits second. Because basically, for almost any relationship, for the most part, Whimsy's boundaries are you can see other people if you want to. You know, if you want me to be exclusive, that's a which just isn't going to come up here, but because we're role-playing the polyamory completely, and like part of it is just to see all of the romances in single, or not all of them, but let me pull that back a little bit. We're gonna see a fair number of them. The list of people of at least female characters that she's not going to romance might be slightly smaller than the ones that she will romance. It's actually kind of true. I mean, it's not my fault that there are a lot of people in this game who are Whimsy's type. And many of the ones who are her type are canonically bisexual, so, you know, that's... Granted, it's not entirely holding us back, but it works out well. Like, there's only 2 characters who are, at least as presented in game, straight that I'm interested in romancing. And that Whimsy would be interested in romancing. On one level or other. And, like, Friends of Benefit is still a type of romance, but, because, again, she is very much demisexual. And Shara is kind of, again, as I said, a bit of an exception, but also kind of not. It's mostly an exception. I will say that much. Okay. I'm looking at my I heard some movement in this my kitchen. Oh yeah, Lee. You comfy down there? Okay. Anyway, but anyway, like, anyway, on the Friends of, you know, Benefits tier, there is an emotional connection, there is a psychological connection, but, like, basically, within the realm of, like, basically, I think it's like, if you meet someone else, if someone on that tier meets somebody else, and that somebody else wants an exclusive relationship, and the individual in question also is interested in going into an exclusive relationship with that person, then it's like, that's fine with Whimsy, because, like, so long as Whimsy at the point in time has other people, which will usually be the case, like, let's say, like, for example, I don't think we're going to be doing this, but if we were romancing James, or romancing air quotes, although it's still a form of romance, it's just, whatever, you know, it's not just deep romance, it's not, there's not an attachment per se, I guess would be the best way to describe it, like, James within the trilogy, and this is a bit of a spoiler, so be warned, one, I don't currently have any plans to romance him, even though it's technically an option, and technically, as presented, the relationship between, it's a bit of an annoyance, but the relationship between Shepard and Jacob in Mass Effect 2, no matter what dialogue choices you choose, there's this underlying hint of flirtatiousness between them, which bothers me to no end, because if you're playing your Shepard as a strict lesbian, it makes no damn sense that she would be coming off that way. And as I established earlier, she is a lesbian with caveats. She is, I guess for lack of a better term, she is xeno-bi-curious. Because, and this might be giving away what I'm planning, but certain alien species are curvier than others. Anyway, but okay, so spoiler for Jacob and what happens in Mass Effect 3. But Jacob, like, there's a 6-month period between the end of Mass Effect 2 and the beginning of Mass Effect 3. And, during that time, regardless of whether or not you're romancing Jacob, you romance Jacob in Mass Effect 2, he meets someone, marries them, and ends up... I'm not sure if he marries them, but they're pregnant. So that's kind of the only reason why I'm probably not gonna romance Jacob. We're just gonna have to squirrel away the fact that she clearly seems to be into him in some way for the body language and vocal performances. I mean, I have the idea that she is bi-romantic, so it could work on that level. It's just that we have to retcon any intimate scenes that happen in the game, because she would not like him that way. So we either have to retcon the flirtation, which is a little bit easier, or retcon an entire sex scene. But anyway, like with her being poly, I don't think, even if she did romance Jacob, even if she weren't a lesbian, it would work within her polyamorous framework, because I don't imagine Jacob would ever elevate to the realm of romantic attachment. So he would be allowed, effectively, to go off and meet someone, and if that someone wants a committed relationship, she would be cool with it. Now, granted, it should probably be a conversation regardless, and we can fault Jacob with not contacting us about this between Mass Effect 2 and 3. But, it would be... it would be interesting to try and roleplay that, but I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. We'll make a choice about whether or not we're going to actually have that play out. As, at the very least, example of that tier. I'm not going to reveal who gets into what tier, and I'm still not even sure of that myself. I know who will be in the S tier, basically. S tier partners, A tier partners. We're creating a tier list of Mass Effect partners. But like at the S tier, basically there's a degree of attachment where basically like they can, like someone at that tier, I might just call it tier, rather than just romantic, because there's a degree of romantic stuff going on like her relationships with people on A tier are romantic in a way, but they're more based on friendship than. I don't know. It's very no strings attached, I guess would be the other way of putting it. And the friendship is I guess the fallback. Like, okay, like I'm okay with just being friends. If like you get tired of me or something, or if you find someone else you like more, or that once a committed relationship, yeah, okay. So I think I've already established that. I that's fleshed out. So at S tier, there's more of an attachment. There's more of a degree of commitment, even if it's multi-committal, which it likely will be. But there's also like you can see other people. It just if it starts to rise to the point of if your relationships with other people begin to raise to a level that is equivalent to what we have, then that needs to be a conversation. That person needs to be brought into the fold, and if they're not okay with the polyamorous nature of things, then that needs to be resolved, and quickly. And Whimsy would be a little more devastated to lose someone from the S tier than, like, she'd handle it all right, but like she'd be a little sore from it, I guess. It also kind of depends on the person that they end up wanting to be in a committed relationship with, because, or an exclusive committed relationship, I should say. And of course, their partners can choose to be exclusive on their end, if they wish to. And there's a degree to which Whimsy would even be okay with having a strictly exclusive relationship. She just prefers to be polyamorous. And once it gets to a point where there are more than one person on the S tier, it gets a little complicated. And in most cases, there probably is at least one person that she would, like, actually commit to exclusively, if that's what they wanted. I'm not entirely sure who this is going to be in this playthrough, or if it's going to be anyone. Oh, I spent so long talking about this that my controller disconnected. Sorry, guys. Let's actually get back to playing the game. I have a very hard time doing the walk and talk, especially when there's action involved. Up. Well, I think we're gonna focus more on charm than intimidate. We also have spectre trading. I should probably work on our squad too. There we go. Let's put a hard save in.
Trying to knock down the front door seems stupid. Maybe we could find the side window?
Redeploying.
This planet has an atmosphere. Okay, there's nothing in here. Clear.
Perimeter secured.
wrong button. Hold up again. There's an actual autosave. I mean, they could have, sure could have, updated with the number of times the game autosaved. Or where the game autosaved. It's kind of surprising considering how volcanic this planet clearly is that there's a breathable atmosphere here. Was it saving or was it loading? Before. Okay. This can't just be a dead end, can it? Oh yeah, I think this is where we need to actually get out of the Mako.
Securing point.
Yeah, we shouldn't be able to breathe here.
Eat this!
Oh, sorry. Not sure why I did that. Wait. I think I did a good job replicating the tone of her hair. It's less pink and more just straight up magenta. But I don't see any more hostiles. Wait. Something on the radar. Something on the radar, sir.
Here it comes.
I'm so used to reloading. Square button that hide behind your shield, pansy.
Fire in the hole.
Hey,
that's it. Bag 'em and tag 'em.
There we go. I actually like having the quick save button on my gamepad because I don't have to lean forward and use the keyboard. And that's the whole point of you using a gamepad. I'm beginning to really like the sniper rifle. At least when we're in an open space like this. Oh, there's no weapon sway.
Clear.
I just started to realize why the weapon sway like bothered me so much in Fallout 4. It didn't really bother me a whole lot, but it bothered me a little bit. Yes, they're kind of...
Shield disabled.
Right there. I can't use my... There we go. I can't quite see what's helpful. It's up to you. That's because it's out of range, so... Give me a saber rifle. There we go, we actually see his health now. Unity. There we go. One more somewhere on the edge of our radar. Where are you hiding? Come out to play. Okay. I really like the sniper rifle. It might be my favorite weapon, at least situational. Like when we're in open spaces, the sniper rifle is clutch, as I say.
It looks like this cavern formed around the ruin, after it was built.
Bum bum dee dum bum bum dee dum. Once again, bum bum dee dum bum bum dee dum bum bum dee
Hello? Could somebody help me? Please?
Mr. 78%?
Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help.
Liara Tassoni, I presume?
Thank the goddess. I did not think anyone would come looking for me. Listen, this thing I'm in is a Prothean security device. I cannot move, so I need you to get me out of it, all right?
Oh, I guess put it order. If you, there's like 3 missions you have right now. You can go to Pharos, you can go to Neveria, or you can go here. Now, if you do this last of those 3 things, she will like have been here in containment for so long that she will think you're a hallucination.
How did you end up in there?
I was exploring the ruins when the Geth showed up, so I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth beyond the veil! I activated the tower's defenses. I knew the barrier curtains would keep them out. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please!
Remain calm.
We'll find some way to help you.
There is a control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain. That's the tricky part. The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here. Be careful. There is a Krogan with the Geth. They have been trying different ways to get past the barrier.
Avengers Assemble. Level up twice since we I can just... Can I can't save here for some reason. Oh, there's still someone... Have a shield near Miri. There we go. Area. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the code was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What kind of code is that? What kind of an idiot would put on his luggage?
How did you get in here? I didn't think there was any way past the barrier.
3 or 5 pounds.
We blasted through with the mining laser.
Of course. Yes, that makes sense. Please, get me out of here before more Geth arrive. That button over there should shut down this containment field.
Wait, Commander. Can we trust her? Her mother's working with Saren.
I am not my mother. I don't know why Benezia joined Saren. I don't want anything to do with that Turian bastard.
If she was with Saren, the Geth wouldn't be trying to kill her.
Okay?
Any idea how we get out of this place? There is an elevator back in the center of the tower. At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on! I still cannot believe all this. Why would the Geth come after me? Do you think Benezia's involved?
Saren's looking for the conduit. You're a Prothean expert. He probably wants you to help him find it.
The conduit? But I don't know...
What the hell was that?
These ruins are not stable. That mining laser must have triggered a seismic event. We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister!
Aye, aye, Commander. Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
He needs to move faster.
Let's go faster. Let's go faster.
Brenda, don't. That would be fun.
What do you want?
There a reason you're in my way?
The same reason you're here. The Asari. Thanks for getting rid of those energy fields for us. Hand the doctor over.
Whatever it is you want, you are not getting it from me.
Never gonna give her up. Never gonna let her down. You need to get that leap motion sensor eventually.
She'll stay with us, thanks.
Not an option. Saren wants her, and he always gets what he wants. Kill him. Spare the Asari if you can. Not, doesn't matter.
Starting to like Soldier a little more than the even the Vanguard. Closer, I'll be here, save you. Okay, stay on.
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds we would have been swimming in molten sulfur. The Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for future reference.
We almost died out there and your pilot is making jokes?
He uses some
It's a
tension.
coping mechanism. You'll get used to it.
I see. It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander. But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
What did Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit?
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
Just how old are you exactly?
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn! I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours, but among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
I've got my own theory on why the Protheans disappeared.
With all due respect, Commander, I have heard every theory out there. The problem is finding evidence to support them. The Protheans left remarkably little behind. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It is like someone came along after the Protheans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them.
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge.
patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Protheans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
If the Protheans weren't the first, then who was?
I don't know. There is barely any evidence on the Protheans, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know I am right. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
They were wiped out by a race of sentient machines, the Reapers.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out what it all means.
Visions? Yes, that makes sense. The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user. Finding one that still works is extremely rare. No wonder the Geth attacked Eden Prime. The chance to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. But the beacons were only programmed to interact with Prothean physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused, unclear. I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
This isn't helping us find Saren, or the conduit.
Of course, you're right. I am sorry, my scientific curiosity got the better of me. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the conduit, or Saren.
I don't know why Saren wanted you out of the picture, but I think we'll be a lot better off if we bring you along.
Thank you, Commander. Saren might come after me again. I cannot think of anywhere safer than here on your ship. And my knowledge of the Protheans might be useful later on.
And her biotics will come in handy when the fighting starts.
Good to have you on the team, Liara.
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. Oh, I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
When was the last time you ate, or slept? Dr. Chakwa should take a look at you.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Protheans' true fate. I need some time to process all this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
We can talk again after you've seen the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed.
Mission reports are filed, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. Tassoni is on the Normandy.
I assume you're taking the necessary security precautions.
Liara's on our side. The Geth were trying to kill her.
Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter.
Maybe she doesn't know.
Or maybe we don't know her. We never expected she could become a traitor.
At least the mission was a success.
Apart from the utter destruction of a major Prothean ruin. Was that really necessary, Shepard?
The Geth were crawling all over those ruins. We were lucky to make it out alive.
Of course, Commander. The mission must always take priority.
Good luck, Commander. Remember, we are all counting on you.
I haven't really talked to Joker yet.
I prefer gold to silver, you know, for my metal. I Figured you'd recommend me for one since I, pulled your boots out of the fire.
If we present you with a medal, you'll end up sitting on stage listening to politicians make speeches for a couple of hours.
That's a good point. They'd probably make me shave, too. I spent the last 7 weeks working on this baby. No medal's worth that. So, Commander, why don't you tell me why you're really here?
How's the Normandy performing? Is she everything they said she'd be?
She's the best ship in the fleet. If you've got a pilot who knows how to handle her. Balance isn't what you'd expect. Takes a while to get used to that oversized drive core we got stuffed in the back, and her power can sneak up on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain. You want me as your pilot. I'm not good. I'm not even great. I am the best damn helmsman in the Alliance fleet. Top of my class in flight school, I earned that. All those commendations in my file, I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease.
I'm sorry, Joker. I didn't even know you were sick.
You mean you didn't know? Oh, crap. Okay, I've got Vrolik syndrome, brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never develop properly. They're basically hollow, too much force and they'll shatter. Even with crutches and my leg braces, it's hard to get around. One wrong step and crack! It's very dramatic, but I've learned to manage my condition, Commander. Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't ask me to get up and dance unless, you like the sound of snapping shin bones.
Why does everyone call you Joker?
Not Mr. Glass.
It's a lot shorter than saying Alliance Flight Lieutenant Jeff Moreau. Plus, I love to make little children laugh.
I was just thinking how much you remind me of Santa Claus.
Look, I didn't pick the name. One of the instructors in flight school used to bug me about never smiling. She started calling me Joker, and it stuck.
Why didn't you ever smile?
Hey, I worked my ass off in flight school, Commander. The world's not gonna hand you anything if you go around grinning like an idiot. By the end of the year, I was the best pilot in the academy, even better than the instructors, and everybody knew it. They'd all got their asses kicked by the sickly kid with the creaky little legs. One guess who was smiling at graduation?
I need to know more about this Rolex syndrome if I'm putting my ship in your hands.
Yeah, of course you do. It's an extremely rare condition. Nobody knows exactly what causes it. Genetic, maybe. It's treatable, but there's no cure. They classify my case as moderate to severe. I was born with over a dozen fractures, hip, thighs, ankles. My bones were already breaking in the womb. 100 years ago, I wouldn't have survived past my first year. Lucky for me, modern medical science has turned me into a productive member of society.
You're not gonna break a bone trying to fly the ship, are you?
I don't fly with my feet, Commander, so I'm fine as long as I'm in this chair. I gotta be real careful when I get up to take a piss, though. I can do my job as well as anyone on the ship. Better, actually. So don't worry about it.
I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. Let's talk about something else.
Whatever you want, Commander.
How'd you end up joining the Alliance?
Look, if you're looking for an inspirational tale of the crippled kid overcoming impossible odds, you're gonna be disappointed. My mother was a civilian contractor working for the Alliance. I basically grew up on the Arcturus station back when they were building up the fleets. Spend all that time around Alliance ships, there's a good chance you'll end up going to the Academy.
I have to go.
All right, see ya.
Should be able. There we go.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
I enlisted right out of med school. Earth always seemed boring to me. Too safe, too secure. I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I wanted to travel the stars, tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity needs the
I'm trying
Alliance
hard
if we
enough.
want to keep expanding through the Traverse. And the Alliance always needs good doctors. So I stayed on to do my part.
Ever think you made the wrong choice?
Sometimes I think about opening a private practice back on Earth. Or maybe taking a position at one of the new med centers out in the colonies. But there's something special about working on soldiers. If I left the Alliance now, I'd feel like I was abandoning them.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Commander, are you coming to check up on me?
You look much better. How are you feeling?
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology.
You're in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from the Geth, Commander. If you hadn't shown up,
I'm just glad we got there in time.
So am I. I know you took a chance bringing me aboard this ship. I have seen the way your crew looks at me. They do not trust me. But I am not like Benezia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren. I promise.
Don't worry, Liara. I trust you. I know you won't let me down.
It means a lot to hear you say that, Commander. Thank you.
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
Sounds dangerous. And lonely.
Sometimes I would run afoul of indigenous life forms or stumble across a small band of mercenaries or privateers. But I was always careful. Until the Geth followed me to Artemis Tau. I never found myself in any situation my biotics could not handle. As for the solitude, well, that is one aspect that most appealed to me. Sometimes I just need to get away from other people.
You must enjoy something about it.
I love my work. Seeking out history's lost secrets has a special appeal for me. You were actually touched by working Prothean technology. That is why I find you so fascinating, Commander.
Sounds like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere.
What? No, I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's even worse.
Calm down, Liara. I was only joking.
Joking? Oh, by the goddess, how could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool. Now you know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing around other people. Please, just pretend this conversation never happened.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
I don't understand it. She was always outspoken about the need for the Asari to become more involved in shaping galactic events. Maybe she thought allying herself with Saren would somehow be for the greater good in the long run. At least I hope so.
This hurts you, doesn't it?
None of this makes any sense to me. I have not spoken to Benezia in many years, but I know her, and this was not like her. Something changed.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe we are all part of a single galactic community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Like what?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
That's disgust, like, coming from a non-binary person is completely out of character.
I don't understand. Your species can mate with anyone?
Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved. But it is not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings. We can touch the very depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species. We share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities. We then pass these traits on to our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
Benezia never told you her partner's name?
Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood. Though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face, it is a great insult among my people. It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
Maybe she wanted to meet you but couldn't. Something could have happened to her. Maybe she passed away.
You might be right. I hope you are. But I have no way to know for sure. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
You Asari live for 1,000 years. What happens when your partner dies?
Few sapient species live as long as my kind. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them. And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Guess we can speak with Caden a little bit, get some experience.
Commander, do you have a minute?
I always make time for my officers.
Off the record, I think there's something wrong here. This Saren is looking for records on some kind of galactic extinction, but we can't get backup from the Council? Sorry, Commander. There's writing on the wall here, but someone isn't reading it.
The Council doesn't want to believe anything's wrong. I'd call it human nature, but...
I hear you. It just seems like a group that's been around as long as the Council should see this coming. I mean, it's funny, we finally get out here, and the final frontier was already settled. And the residents don't even seem impressed by the view. Or the dangers.
Well, well. You're a romantic. Did you sign on for the dream?
I didn't mean to be flirty.
Your man's future in space?
Yeah, I read a lot of those books when I was a kid, where the hero goes to space to prove himself worthy of a woman he loves, or, you know, for justice. Maybe I was a romantic in the beginning, but I thought about it after brain camp. Biotic acclimation and temperance training. I'm not looking for the dream. I just want to do some good. See what's out here. Sorry if I got too informal. Protocol wasn't a big focus back in Bot.
Tell me about it.
Biotic acclimation and temperance didn't last past the airlock. To the kids they hauled in, it was brain camp. Sorry, All Dan is unkind. We were encouraged to commit to an evaluation of our abilities so an understanding of biotics could be compiled. There are worse results of accidental exposure to element 0 in the womb. Beats the brain tumors some kids grew up with.
Is there some question about how you were exposed?
My mother was downwind of a transport crash. It was before there were human biotics, a little after the discovery of the Martian ruins. It only gets iffy around 63 when Kinetics was running out of first-gen subjects. Until then, they'd relied on accidentals. A bunch of guys in suits show up at your door after school, and next thing you know, you're out on Jump Zero.
Jump Zero is Gagarin Station, right? What's it like?
Yeah, that's the official name. Biggest and farthest facility we had for decades. Right on the termination shock, the outer edge of the solar system. It's where they did all the Goose Chase FTL research before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there.
There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there.
That's true. We did have a little circle that'd get together every night before lights out. We didn't have much to do, though. It was a research platform then, and Kinetics kept Jump Zero off the extranet to prevent leaks.
And you must have had plenty of time to get to know each other.
Yeah, we'd sit around and bull every night after dinner, play cards or network games. There was this girl named Rana, who had a little circle grow up around her. She was from Turkey. Her family was very rich, but she was smart and charming as hell. Beautiful, but not stuck up about it. Like you, I guess. Ma'am.
Sounds like she was special to you.
She was. Maybe she felt the same, but things never felt together. Training, you know.
Jump Zero's a long way from home. What was it like?
The grand gateway to humanity looks a lot better in the vids. Anyway, this was supposed to be a casual debrief, not a bull session about stuff that happened years ago.
We have to depend on each other in combat. I like knowing what kind of man I have at my back.
I understand, ma'am. I won't let you down. You, make a habit of getting this personal with everyone?
Of course. But I don't enjoy it with everyone. We'll talk again later.
I'll need some time to process that, Commander. But, yeah, I'd like that.
We'll begin just from talking to him. We're not forwarding. I wish we had the option to shoot him down early. Be like, okay, we're not interested in men. And later you learned about us and Garrus is like, okay, I'm not interested in human men. Oh, wait, that's spoiler. Sort of. And we gotta do so much to unlock sniper rifles. Guess we can't. Is there any way to like just level up everybody without having to like recruit them? Maybe that's just a later game thing, which they didn't bother implementing. I suppose on the tier list there would be like part of me, like, just the nerd within me wants to actually chart it out. Like, so like S tier probably would be like the one person who we would technically like, if we were forced to choose, we would choose them. Then A tier would be like the people who we are attached to. Then B tier is like the people who are more like friends with benefits, but like with a bit of a romantic edge that we just have. C tier would be just friends. D tier would be acquaintances, and I just want to like it. Let's quickly write this down. I guess D would be acquaintances. If we're gonna have like E and F, let's do E and F here. Let's go all the way down. E is strangers, and F is enemies. We got the entire tier list worked out. Like at the end of the game, we'll just like put the tier list. We'll do a complete character tier list. Kai Lang is of course like Kai Lang is G. Kai Lang is G tier. Like he's worse than just being our enemy. He's just like I might debate some of whether or not we would have multiple free loves.
Oh, hello, Shepard.
Like I need this.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Your ship is amazing, and your crew's been really great to me, especially your chief engineer. But I just sort of feel out of place. The Normandy runs so smooth, it feels like we're not even moving. And the engines are so quiet. How do you sleep at night?
the silence wakes you up?
Back on the flotilla, the last thing you want to hear is silence. It means an engine's died or an air filter shut down. I guess you don't have to worry about that here. But old habits die hard. But it's more than just the silence. This ship feels so empty. It's like half the crew is missing. Back home, I couldn't wait to go on my pilgrimage. I couldn't wait to get away from the crowds. Now that I'm out here, I kind of miss them.
Sometimes we don't appreciate what we have till it's gone.
That's true. I'm starting to wonder if that's what the pilgrimage is really about. It's given me a whole new perspective on my people and our culture. You know, there's always a few who go on their pilgrimages and never return. I always assumed something bad happened to them. But maybe they just wanted a different life.
You do plan to return to the migrant fleet, right?
I could never abandon my people, Shepard. I will go back eventually. But we have to stop Saren first. Otherwise, I might not have a home to go back to.
I should go.
See you later.
So, we've got Saren on the run.
It won't be long now. Saren's good, but I'm better.
Good. He's rotten. To the core. I could tell as soon as I met him.
Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
I would've if I thought it was important.
I think I'd like to hear about it just the same.
This was a while ago. A bunch of mercs were bragging about a job out near the edges of the Terminus systems. They said it paid well and the boss was never around to ride them. They said he was looking for more men, too. So I checked it out.
I didn't know Saren was openly recruiting mercs.
It wasn't that open, and he only showed his face once. We'd been raiding ships in the area for months when we took out this massive cargo freighter. Our biggest haul yet. I was on board checking bodies for valuables, looking for some extra credits. That's when I saw him.
What did Saren want with the ship?
I don't know what he wanted. He was just moving through the ship, watching. A couple of the mercs called him by name, but he never spoke to them. Never spoke to anyone. I had a really bad feeling about him, so I got the hell out. Didn't even wait to get paid.
What kind of cargo was the freighter carrying? What was Saren after?
I don't know. All I saw on that ship was food and medical supplies. There were some basic weapons, but nothing big. If there was anything of value on that ship, I didn't see it. That's why I didn't mention it sooner.
Whose ship was it?
There was a Volus trading vessel. Big one. Lots of guards. But they were no match for us.
That's the only time you saw him?
Yeah. Didn't even know who he was. Still wouldn't if I hadn't joined up with you. But my instincts were right. Every other merc on that mission turned up dead within a week. Every damn one.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Commander?
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Not sure I buy Dr. Tassoni's story about her and her mom not talking. They're family, right?
I think she's being straight with us. Or at least I don't think she lies very often.
Yeah, she's probably really bad at it. Hey, want me to ask her about her sex life? Might be illuminating.
That'd be appropriate.
I don't think she's used to teasing, good-natured or otherwise.
No fun, Commander. Too bad those ruins got destroyed. I mean,
Well, she is cute when she's flustered, but
that's impressive.
Do you have a few minutes to talk, one-on-one?
Sure. I was hoping to get a minute of your time off the record.
I keep an open door policy. If you have any concerns, lay them on me.
All right. I know things are different aboard the Normandy, but I'm concerned about the aliens, Vicarian and Rex. With all due respect, Commander, should they have full access to the ship?
They may not serve the Alliance, Chief, but they're allies, at least as far as Saren goes.
This is the most advanced ship in the Alliance Navy. I don't think we should give them free rein to poke around the vital systems. Engines, sensors, weapons.
You don't trust the Alliance's allies?
I'm not sure I'd call the Council races allies. We, humanity, I mean, have to learn to rely on ourselves.
Standing up for ourselves doesn't mean standing alone.
I don't think we should turn down allies. I just think we shouldn't bet everything on them staying allies. As noble as the Council members seem now, if their backs are against the wall, they'll abandon us.
You got a pessimistic view of the universe, Williams.
A pessimist is what an optimist calls a realist. Look, if you're fighting a bear and the only way for you to survive is to sick your dog on it and run, you'll do it. As much as you love your dog, it isn't human. It's not racism, not really. Members of their species will always be more important to them than humans are.
These seem like deeply held beliefs, Williams. What made you think this way?
My family's defended the Alliance since it was founded. My father, grandfather, great-grandmother, they all picked up a rifle and swore the oath of service. I guess we just tend to think of Earth's interests as our own.
It doesn't sound like you've worked with aliens before.
No, ma'am. Mainly I've been groundside, part of the surface garrison forces. I did get a rotation on a space station for training. Every Marine a rifleman, every rifleman ZG certified.
That's odd. Your record is spotless and your technical scores are exemplary. You should be serving with the fleet.
Anyway, that's why I haven't served with many aliens, Commander.
I come from a military family too. My parents were both Navy. Anybody in your family we might know?
Couldn't say, Commander. We probably have a lot in common. You join up to carry on the tradition?
No. The future of humanity is out here. There's so much we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. I still remember my first field exercise on Titan. When we hit mud, the reality hit me. I'm the first person who ever stood here. Then my drill instructor kicked me in the ass. I went face first into the muck. He spent the next 5 minutes chewing me out for gold breaking.
Don't tell me you had Gunny Ellison. He's the only one who uses that word to describe shirking duty.
Oh Lord, you went to the Macapag boot camp too? Yeah, Gunny Ellison's still reaming out recruits down there. Kicking ass and using words like inveigle and pusillanimous.
Alright, I can see where your concerns are coming from, Williams. But this is a multilateral mission. You're gonna have to work with aliens, like it or not.
It won't be a problem, Commander. You say jump, I say how high. You tell me to kiss a Turian, I'll ask which cheek.
I don't think kissing Turians will be necessary.
You never know, Commander.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
Only one who'll go around kissing Turians. Thank you very much.
Commander, how are you?
Why did you want to be a C-Sec officer in the first place?
That's a good question. There were several reasons, I guess.
Such as?
Like what?
Probably the same as most officers. I wanted to fight injustice, wanted to help people. I guess my father had something to do with it too. He was C-Sec, one of the best. I grew up hearing about his accomplishments or seeing his picture on the vids after a big arrest. He's taking my resignation pretty
tough. But you'd think he'd be impressed you're going after Saren.
My father's a CSEC man to the bone. Do things right or don't do them at all, he says. Thinks I'm being too rash, too impatient. He's worried I'll become just like Saren. He actually talked me out of becoming a Spectre when I was younger, for the same reasons.
You were asked to be a Spectre?
Well, I was targeted as a possible Spectre candidate. Me and about 1,000 other Turian military recruits. I could have received special training, but my father didn't like it.
He despises the Spectres. He hates the idea of someone having unlimited power with no accountability. He wouldn't like you, Commander. No offense.
Not all Spectres are like Saren, you know.
Of course not. But Saren's not gonna play by our rules, CSEC's rules. If you want to nail Saren, you need to send someone who isn't restricted by policies and procedures.
What the heck does forget about it even mean? I mean, dang it. And we are leading toward chaotic good, so...
You're a quick learner, Garrus. We'll beat him at his own game. It's the only way to stop someone like him.
I'm right behind you, Commander.
I didn't give it any Paragon or Renegade points, so, okay. I'm not sure if I'm going to charge my, or try to recharge my earbuds again. Hopefully it'll... Pillars of Eternity 2 is on sale. Like right when I'm trying to save my money, of course. That's $10. That's still too much for like what I'm trying to save. Like maybe if it was $5 or something, maybe I'd do it. Anyway, I'm gonna take another bathroom break. Be back in a few minutes. Okay. Let's... Huh. Okay. I don't think Navigator Presley has anything new to say.
Yes, Commander?
Yep.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any. All of his character development is in Mass Effect 2. Okay, that's excellent. That's I'm saying that. There's our DLC quest. Maybe a few side quests.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Commander Shepard, my name is Nasana Dantius. I have a job for you. I can't say any more in an unsecured communication. If you're interested in hearing my offer, meet me on the Citadel so we can talk in person. I'll be waiting in the Diplomat's Lounge on the Presidium.
Oh, this is the unusual.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
General distress call. Sacred Angel medical transport. Critical system failure. Losing power. Emergency landing. Argos. Communications failing. Life support. Emergency transponder. Won't last. Please hurry.
There we go. We have we have a perfectly balanced party with Liara and Callie. We bring the combat strength. Callie brings the biotics, or the tech strength, and Liara brings the biotics. Feels a little closer. I think we can go to the map directly with the M key. Yeah, okay. Or just because it looks like it's closer doesn't mean it's actually closer. Her insignia, okay. Cool.
You lead, I'll follow.
Whee!
location. I do not see any survivors.
Get! It's a trap!
Of course. These are already grift drones. I picked the ones that we encountered to start the game with. Okay. Neutral particles, also exhaust from a sublight nuclear engine drive leads to the nearby planet of Zawin. There's a lot of stuff here. Yeah, and you go. Sniper get down here. Who's shooting at us? Dang it. We need to work on our description skill. I should like put a priority on that since we have it. Because I really like looting. I like the lockpicking, so to speak, minigame. In fact, I have a mod supposed to make me skip the minigames, but so far, like all the minigames that have come up so far, including the unique ones, have like played out normally. So I don't know if the mod just doesn't work, or if it's overridden by something else, or what. Or if we haven't spoken with the, that one lady. On the Citadel. Let's look at what our... I think we didn't, Speaking of what's her face? In this continuity. Dang it.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Rear Admiral Mihailovic, 5th Fleet.
Commander Shepard, SSV Normandy.
You don't know who I am, do you, Commander? I command the 63rd Scout Flotilla. You and the Normandy were slated for my unit after shakedown. Then the Council got their paws, claws, tentacles, whatever. They got them on our ship, and you.
I still serve the Alliance, sir. As a Spectre, I can advance our interests to the Council.
You still know what color your blood is, Shepard? I don't begrudge the politician's decision to throw you to the Council. It's an opportunity. I do begrudge this over-designed piece of tin, though.
The Normandy is a fine ship, sir. She's served us well so far.
It's a gimmick, Commander. Useless in a stand-up fight. This experiment diverted billions from our appropriations bills. For the same price, we could have had a heavy cruiser. But no. We had to make nice to the Turians, throw money at a co-developed boondoggle. I'm here to make an inspection, Commander. Normandy is an Alliance warship. I intend to see she's up to snuff.
I'm sure you'll find everything in order, Admiral.
I'll just bet. Wait here. I won't be long. Commander, I'm not happy.
What did you find out of order?
Who designed that CIC? Putting the commander aft of everyone else is inefficient. What if he needs to discuss with the operators toward the bow?
Modified Turian style. They prefer commanders looking over their subordinates rather than in the middle of them. We wanted to see how effectively they can command with that setup.
Reasonable goal, but they should have studied that in a lab rather than on a frontline warship. I had to shake my head at that drive core of yours. 120 billion credits of element 0 to make this thing able to move without giving itself away. You realize we could make drive cores for 12,000 fighters with that money? What good is it to hide for a few hours anyway? Useless.
We can loiter in an enemy system and monitor traffic, or drop infiltration teams on enemy worlds. Normandy could be more effective than the Solarian STG.
Maybe. But that's not the job of a proper warship. We're supposed to find and kill the enemy fleet, not count how many times their garrison goes to the bathroom. And we need to talk about your crew, Commander. Krogan? Asari? Turians? What are you thinking, Commander? You can't allow alien nationals free access to Alliance equipment?
Between Saren and the Geth, we have enough enemies out here. Treating other species with suspicion and distrust won't win hearts and minds.
That assumes the hearts and minds are worth winning. That hasn't been proven yet. You have anything else to say, Commander? Any other justifications for the state of this vessel?
I haven't leveled up enough, so no.
None, sir.
Very well. I don't agree with any of this, but your reasons seem sound. I'll be submitting a report to the Joint Military Council. It will not be as negative as I'd planned. Good hunting, Commander Shepard. Make us proud.
Now we level up. Well, let me guess, we actually can... Okay, that's squad. No, okay, we can't raise our charm anymore yet. I actually think it's a little shitty that they basically force us into this dialogue before we're ready. Or we might not be ready. I mean, we were more or less ready, but we could have been more ready if we done a few more main quests and such. Putting all our I'm not sure how often I'm going to be using skills in this game. Yeah, like, I guess it's not that unintuitive. The command system. Because the icons are tiny.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
Commander Shepard?
They're gonna be nice, because we're good.
Khaleesa been seen in Al-Jalani, Westerland News. Would you answer a few questions for our viewers?
What do you want to know?
You've been given a unique position to represent our race. People want to get a sense of how you'll do that. Humans have been trying to get the respect of the galactic community for 26 years. With that in mind, what are your feelings on being the first human Spectre?
The Spectres represent the best of every species in the galaxy. To be asked to join them is an honor.
Some have said your appointment is the Citadel throwing humans a bone. Have you encountered any situations where the Citadel asked you to place its needs before the needs of Earth?
The Council is concerned with the needs of the whole galactic community. We're part of that community now. Our needs are on their agenda, but we're one of many.
You really do believe that, don't you? You've been given command of an advanced human warship for your missions. Is there anything you'd like to say about it?
Time to shut you up! Fucking punch! No.
Actually, the Normandy was co-developed by human and Turian engineers. Its design incorporates many innovations, all of which are classified, I'm afraid.
So the Turians have knowledge of the Normandy that is being kept secret from the Alliance public? Do you think it was appropriate to hand Earth's most advanced warship over to the Citadel?
I wasn't aware it had been handed over to anyone. I'm in command, and last I checked, I'm human. Same goes for my crew.
Human, yes, but you do work for the Citadel now, Commander. One last question, Commander. Rumors back home say you're tracking a rogue Spectre named Saren. Do you have any comment on that?
I'm just you know.
I'm afraid I can't comment on whatever my current assignment may or may not be.
Don't worry, we'll find out. The eyes of Earth are on you. Don't let us down. Thank you for your time, Commander Shepard.
There's a few keepers we can scan here.
Okay, Jaleel. Let me get this straight. Your business partner, Shorb, he's threatened you.
Well, no, not exactly. But he wants to meet with me. I think he's...
I'll scan all of the tracking terminals. Scanning for life forms.
Hey there! Oh, you're not C-Sec, are you? Did you want something?
What were you trying to explain to the officer before?
My colleague is trying to kill me, and I thought we were friends.
How do you know he wants you dead?
He's changed. He won't talk to me at work anymore, and he started following me. Yesterday, he followed me all the way home, just waiting for a chance. I don't care what anyone thinks. He wants me gone. I know it.
Is there something I can do? Talk to your friend, maybe?
Would you? That's all I want. Someone to talk to him. Tell him to leave me alone. He thinks he can just push me around, but you'll show him, won't you?
Just tell me where he is and I'll go find him.
Oh, right. Well, he wanted to meet with me down in the wards near the markets. He said he just wanted to talk, but I know better. His name's Shorban. He's a Solarian. You shouldn't have any trouble. He's just a scientist.
Shorban? Isn't that the Solarian who asked us to scan the Keepers?
Yes, we told her about that.
The Keepers? Well, even more reason to go after him. That's against regulations.
I see.
I better look into this right away. Find out what he's up to.
Anything's possible with Shorban these days. Well, good luck.
That bastard, he told us to do things we're perfectly fine with doing anyway. For science.
One sec, looking you up. Hello, Commander.
Show me what you got.
Sounds good. Just let me set you up. Oh, this must be a mistake. System's telling me to offer you our select stock. Spectre? Well, I heard about that, but I didn't realize it was you. Sorry, Commander.
Just show me what you got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander. Enjoy.
Oh, there goes our... That was a little sooner than expected. Let's just... I guess we're calling it a night then. There's something I wanted to... Trying to... I gotta really... turn down the okay, let me... There we go. Okay. Here is the Mass Effect value system. That I came up with years ago. Just zoom in there. This is just a breakdown of what I consider to be the values of Paragon and Renegade. So, Paragon tends to value the order of law. Renegade tends to value moral freedom. Paragon values loyalty. Renegade values self-interest. Paragon values compassion. Renegade values ruthlessness, and I guess pragmatism. Okay, pragmatism is a little further down the line. Ruthlessness, Paragon tend to be more even-tempered. Renegade is more ill-tempered. Paragon values cooperation. Renegade values self-reliance. Paragon values political diplomacy. Renegade values shotgun diplomacy. And then Paragon is idealism and Renegade is pragmatism. I could probably add some things to this, maybe, but I can't really think of them. But like, none of these are like mutually exclusive. Like, Whimsy is a bit more about moral freedom than order of law. For example, so I don't know. I could show like where Whimsy follows on this. I think again, she values moral freedom a little more than order of law. She definitely values loyalty a whole lot. She's definitely compassionate. She's kind of between even-tempered and ill-tempered. Like, there's certain things that can piss her off sometimes. She can tolerate certain things more than others. There's definitely more about cooperation. She's probably a little bit between Paragon and Renegade with regard to diplomacy. And he's definitely more of a more idealistic, but sometimes she can be a little more pragmatic. So again, a lot of these she's kind of in between. But she likes to be idealistic in general. It's just that sometimes certain situations call for a more pragmatic approach, and she's willing to go for that when it's called, when she feels it's called for it. There we go. So there's a bunch of things you can do that take a few seconds every time with some other things that are a bit more involved. Of course, all of that is completely up to you. I will say every like is encouraging to me, so that's what I most encourage you to do if you're on YouTube anyway. But anyway, regardless of what you decide to do, I thank you very much for watching, and until next time, sign on.